Hello, 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 hello. Who have we here today? Wow, wow. There's quite a few of you waiting. Everyone's excited. Love this Tuesday energy. We got Justin. Hello. Justin's got photos done and ready. So has Rob. I've got about 1,000 photos ready to go as well. Matilda, Puppy Dog. Hello. Taking photos tonight. Cool, cool, cool. Yes. Twinning. Who's the twin? Oh, Superfan twins. Yes, of course. You're like my Mia and Tia, if you guys watch Cars. Liz, what up? Listing until we drop. That's what we're gonna do. Liz and I have had a very interesting conversation today about how we want to work until we cannot work anymore and we are sore. And then when we go to sleep, lights out. Clint's got a box full of PS3 games, clean, tested, ready to list. Wow. Question: do you ever have days where you get does the testing make you, is there an inertia when it comes to testing? Because that's the one thing that, like, I just want to take photos. I don't want to unscrew, screw, put batteries in, play. You know what I mean? And I feel like with games, there's this, the fact that you're having to sit there and in and out and in and out and in and out. Does the testing part make you not look forward? Is it a big, like, is it a bit of a uphill, downhill kind of a, like with runners, right? They don't look forward to that uphill, downhill. Is it like that? Or is it just for some people and is it just me? Because I feel like, yeah, testing. I've hated testing and I've always just wanted to do things that don't require testing. Paul's here. Hello. Sup, Avalon? Still on shift for listing in 1 year as I go. Have a few books to list, some clothing. We'll get that done in my lunch break. Avalon, tell people your good news from last week. This week, last week, the weekend. Tell people your good news. Does anyone send print vouchers in their orders? Granny does. Haha, there she is. I'll be taking photos, gathering together items for the new category I'll be listing in soon. Ooh, do we get to know what the new category is, Granny? Like an exclusive take on the live stream. QR code on my thank you card. Nice, nice. And you actually did a video on it recently, didn't you? Where we see you chopping up your thank you notes with a guillotine. And can I say, I love that that workspace you've got with that huge window. It just feels good. Like some days I get so locked, I get so cooped up in the garage, I don't realize it. Like I'm in work mode, but I realize I'm working, but I'm getting annoyed with work because like I'm feeling, a bit claustrophobic. And all it takes is just to walk outside, walk around the block and come back and I'm refreshed again. But I need to be more in tune with that feeling of, all right, I need to leave, because I get too attached to wanting to finish, maybe finishing the tub I'm doing, wanting to work until I feel like, it's very feelings based. As I'm saying this, I realize it's quite feelings based. This whole work until I feel like I've done enough, whatever that feeling may be. Like maybe I see 1,000 photos on my phone. Maybe I see, my phone battery go to a certain number, some sort of indicator, and I haven't given enough thought to that feeling of, like something is touching me all the time because I've just been in this garage for too long. I need to give that more. So I look forward to my day more, enjoy my day more. Yeah. So looking at your window made me realize that, like, I do actually enjoy going out of the garage and walking, come back and refresh. It's like a complete reset. Sup, Blondie. Sandra. I was thinking of getting a normal Vista print thank you cards and back on the thermal printing, sticking a QR code on, or just make the code be good for a long time. Cocky circle little books. I like this thing about tracking use. It's a lot of the times we implement things and then we don't know if it works or not. So tracking definitely is very useful. Hi, Michelle. Yes, 1,000 photos. But then again, it's toys. So really, if I'm taking 1,000 photos, what it works out to be, it's like 80 items thereabouts. It's not a lot. And granted, right? You've seen me take photos of toy cars. It's like twist, 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 twist. It's like one hand snap, one hand twist, twist, twist. So it's not like I'm bending down and folding clothes over or moving books with two hands or rotating a washing machine. You know what I mean? And it's quite quick and repetitive. Khaleesi, I feel like I've seen the name before. Are you new? If you are, let us know where you're from. If you're in Australia or overseas, we have overseas participants as well. Let us know where you're from. And how'd you hear about the live stream? Grumpy Granny inspiring Paul. Matilda designed mine just this weekend. Can't wait to start using them. My customers are great and would love to see them back. You cannot know what the new category is yet, right? Does it have to do with the elimination chamber you're doing with Jeddah potentially? All right, so Avalon, my good news is that I have a stall at a market every couple of months, vintage clothing designer. I had one this weekend and made 1,000 after cost, which was sweet. And for those of you who don't know, Avalon is using reselling to pay for further study, which is like super admirable. So the fact that think about how much study costs and think about how much $1,000 achieves in the context of study. Great news. So well done. 2 camera applauses for you. Well done, Avalon. Keep it up. Hot Wheels. Yes. Great way to move a bunch of stock. Yep. And also, I think with your category, it's really cool that because you're selling clothes and you've got a great eye for clothes. Like I look at your Instagram photos. I see all the stuff on your rack. It's like you everything kind of pops from the rack, as opposed to you go to some markets, you look at the stuff on the shelf, it's like and I've also realized that there's a bit of an art to hanging clothing on a rack. Like you can't just put them in rainbow, like from like one color to the next, because then nothing sticks out. You always have to be very deliberate what you put so that people who walk past catch something and then reach and then feel and then try. So I see your photos. I'm like, I would pick items out of there. Like my eyes are moving around the rack and inspecting, as opposed to just going, not interested in clothes today. I don't mind testing video games, consoles, other electronics stuff, not so much. I just make sure that the load up and install correctly to the play screens. Okay. Lots of praise for Avalon. 2 pictures unless there's other flaws. Yeah, makes sense. Yep, work, put on TV episode and think maybe I'll watch it this time. Taken me a week plus in the past to just watch just the one. I'm currently watching Billions. That's been my favorite series for the past since it's come out. What's everybody else watching? I started watching. I thought I'd give Killing It a go, and I realized I have a not a fear. I wouldn't. Is it a fear if you go whenever you see a reptile? I don't do well with reptiles and amphibians, and so like frogs, lizards, iguanas, snakes, and so that show has a lot of like snake scenes and snake scenes in the don't worry, it's dead. It's alive. Those kind of scenes. Yeah. So after the first episode, I'm like, no, I can't do this. I'm clenching too much just watching it. I can't. Intrigued by the story, but can't seem to get past the clench phase. Khaleesi B, Lurker from Melbourne. Cool. Whereabouts in Melbourne? We have a few Melbourne people here. We got Jody and Jody and Vaya up north. Myself, I'm in Knox. We've got Brendan in Box Hill. We've got Chris down at Cranbourne Way. Michelle down Beaconsfield. I know I'm missing somebody. There's an Ashley who's in Dandenong. Yeah. Yeah, whereabouts in Melbourne are you from? Avalon will now be our consultant for markets. I give you the title. I have no advice to offer. Mandy's here. Amanda's here. Sorry. There's an Amanda, and then I think Mandy is here as well. Or supposed to be. She's always here. Grumpy and Paul. There's an art to it, lots of practice and learning. Agree. Brendan, hola. Disenchantment. Is Disenchantment the Futurama, like medieval Futurama thing? That one? I watched a couple of episodes. I couldn't get into the flow of it. I found it a bit too, I don't know. Yeah, it didn't feel like it flowed. It felt like it was trying to just hammer too many elements together. The ones I'm listing tonight, it's only one photo and I get it from the supplier. Oh wow, that's dope. Oh yes, retro rescuers, because we did go to an op shop where they did mention Mitch and Aaron. Adjust your mic. Can you guys not hear me? Is it too soft, too loud? Hello? Hello? Lilydale. Cool. Do you sell used? Do you sell used? Do you sell new? If you sell used, do you ever hit up the Kilt Scythe, like thrift stores, those three kind of like where you go a lot? Because I know there are a couple in Lilydale, but it's like a bit spread out. The Bajaz here. Hello, Wendy. Want to message you today. I'll message you later. Cool. Fix, awesome. Had my kids' school gala night tonight. Such proud dad. Oh, it's interesting. Like where at the younger ages, they're so proud to show off everything, and towards the teenage years, it's like you almost have to be proud of them ongoing. Otherwise, it's like you don't earn the right to see them proud. If that makes sense. It's like if you're not supportive and fully present when they're teenagers, what I've heard anyways is that when it comes expo night or whatever nights that the school's open, they don't really give you they don't give you the, like, they want you to be proud of them, but they feel like you haven't earned the right to be proud of them, so therefore they just kind of, yeah. Mel's here because I told her to come, because if she doesn't come, then the thumbnails are a bit misleading. I got him to sit in the chair when they visited last week, and then I thought to myself, these would make really nice thumbnails. Having a joke at my expense, but sadly only read part of the messages. Oh, sorry. Styles here. Hello. Who else? Drew's here. One cannot get enough of me, Grumpy. I am a fountain of refreshment and goodness. Ian's here. Jody is here. Hello. Oh, we get to see the thrifting video. Nice. It'd be interesting because I was kind of occupied recording you guys, and every time I looked at you, you had your phone kind of up like this. So I'm keen to see how the edit goes. Yeah, it's the hard reset. So literally, it's literally just the razor number 4, cut it all down, and then as it grows longer, trim it as we go, and then it starts to shape up a bit. Jonas, hello. Shout out to Jonas for helping me ship 6 boxes from WA because there was a lot of inventory that I would like to sell that was there, and he lived nearby, so he did me a huge one to help me pick it up and ship it my way. And we learned something, by the way, with that process. The fact that if you ship stuff with couriers, got picked up on Friday from WA, arrived literally yesterday, and we were like, what's going on? So I had to go and message my friend, who you've seen in the chat before, Hiro Shikari, who is Star Trek, because it was Star Trek that delivered it. And I was like, wait, Star Trek to Australia Post, how did it come so quick? And then turns out, common misconception, we think that because Star Trek does Australia Post stuff as well, it's all going to be at the same pace. No, Star Trek have their own priority queues for the courier people, and then Australia Post have, like, they use the Star Trek drivers with their sorting centers, and then when they have, I suppose, no capacity or low capacity, or if let's say they've got gaps, Star Trek will actually then use the Australia Post systems to sort as well. So essentially, if you use Australia Post, you'll get the general speed, which can take up to like a month for things to go from, say, Melbourne to WA. But if you go directly to the courier, you can actually get it sent within a week. So we were all very surprised, like, whoa, it's already arrived. Which, yeah. So just a little bit of a something to know. If let's say during Christmas, let's say if during Christmas you have the need to, you want to get something somewhere quickly and you are scared to send to WA because of people needing stuff for Christmas, be mindful that if you go directly to a courier for the speed will probably still hold up, whilst Australia Post, blows out in timeline because of everybody sending stuff everywhere. Jada's here. Hello. New category was Hot Wheels. Oh, right. I saw you, very new to this. There used to be a 5 in Lilydale, very close to each other, but 2 shut down recently. So sad. Op shops shouldn't shut down. Oh, wait. Op shops should lower their prices and stay open. Something very interesting we can talk about today, I think. We have a YouTube celebrity in the house. Hello, Mel. Yes. And Jada. Jada's an OG as well. Like, Jada's been around for years. Let's acknowledge them both. I'm feeling a bit starstruck. I've got 2 celebrities in my live stream. What am I going to do? Change my shit. Had the best day with John, Mel, and Tom and Vaya last week. Still smiling. It was fun. You guys should come along. So, Khaleesi, and the other Melbourne people, come along. Brendan, come along next time. Jake's here. Is November too soon for another crawl? What do you guys reckon? Apparently, the Megan, who's in New South Wales, Angela, who's up there in Queensland, they only need 1 month's notice to come join as well. So, if November, when the weather's nicer, what do you guys reckon? Should I organize another thrift crawl in November? Started watching, I think, one night. Normally stick to reality crap because I don't need to watch it. It can just be on. Oh, okay. Well, Jada, that's good to know. I'll just recollect myself with that new knowledge. Star Trek are amazing. They are. Jody did do some recording. So Jody, put up your video. Put up a video on your channel. Let's get your channel going. Everyone's amazing. Yes. Jada's a shocker. He is. GG Horrors. Mel, you are. You are. To us, you are anyways. To us, you are. How are we not talking about tech having an actual face? I know. That was like, whoa. I was expecting an older guy. He doesn't look as broken by reselling either, which means that if his body can cope, we also will not, I suppose, be broken by reselling. Right? Jody, just ask us to help you if you need a hand with any of the upload download stuff. Yeah, Matilda talking straight to camera. It was like, whoa! Everyone's like, whoa! Not sure I can do November in Melbourne, but we'll be back next year in the new year. Okay, then we might do in the new year. Then we'll see. If it's too soon. Work trip in Melbourne. Ooh, okay. Wendy might be down in November. Okay, cool. I'll see if I can organize one then. Get some expressions of interest. Who was surprised that he was so young? Yeah, Jody, he started his own channel, first video. I think there's something like, how many subs does he have now from that one video? I'm curious. Now I'm very curious. Wait, let's see. Yeah, one video, 17,000 views, 4,000 subscribers, 973 comments. Insane. I feel like I feel like the let's see. Matilda coming in October. Ooh, okay. Sydney one planned and also in Gold Coast. Yeah, let me know, Matilda. We'll organize a meetup. You can't have a get together until Gigi has recovered from a back surgery. When is that likely to be, Gigi? Let us know. Monetize within 24 hours. I'm looking at the comments, right? There's like 973 comments, and I feel like if you were ever looking for resellers to follow, you could just click on every single name on this chat, and you'll find people who are worth following. Because there's like so many names you haven't seen before, but they all look like they're decent in size. Yeah. No doubt. Retiring at 40, having a 50-year holiday, has his own channel. Mel Adelaide too. When can we have a huge group here? We will have to figure out the logistics for that too, unless somebody in Adelaide wants to organize it. All right, shall I start a timer? What do you reckon? Start a timer? I've got those 1,000 photos to get listed. I'm ready to go. Ready to go. Ready to go. Granny, people hear my voice and are surprised to see I look so much older than I sound. Well, to be fair, your persona is older than your persona looks older than you are. That's the idea, right? Your iPhone amounts, everyone got to make those sales. Hey. The peak that should sound old as well. Ah. Time forbid, Jada. Time forbid. Not in the spa. That's not safe, but time forbid. Amanda's coming to Melbourne in March. Still hoping Retail Fest in April. Ooh. Oh my gosh, Retail Fest is in April. My gosh, time does fly. Far out. Retail Fest has been like a year ago already. Almost a year ago. Sheesh. Matilda will host Adelaide. Mel's keen to do Adelaide. Grumpy Granny. It's 99. Mr. Roberts is here. Cool. All right, I'm going to start a timer. boop, 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 boop. How are we doing? How's everyone pacing? Let me know. Let me know. Let us know. I have done. Shoo. 21. So pretty happy with that. A bit over a minute. Where's the chat at? Flipper J said goodbye half an hour ago. Goodbye. Still trying to. GG is now going to stealth mode. Yes. Mel, have you got more USA videos coming? Jarvis not drinking, over drinking. When I say I've been a good boy, I caught diabetes, had to cut back on the VB. Wait, really? Like, is this recent? Or are you messing around? If it's recent, then dude, that's big news. Mel. So what I've learned from Mel is that you need to pace how much content you put out on your channel. Otherwise, people just lose track. People no longer look out for it. The views just drop, and then you find yourself kind of like, what's the word? It's better to just put everything in a nice big quality thing, unless it's like an update video. So I'm now looking forward to, like all of us looking forward to the next video, right? So definitely learning something from Mel when we had our chat about how to pace content as opposed to just constantly putting it out, because you guys get tired looking at my face and like our faces, and we also, it takes effort to put out content. So yeah, definitely learning to manage that workload better. Yes, 2 camera setup. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier, because we did it for the card unboxing and I just never thought that you'd want to have 2 versions of my face. But this seems kind of cool, I suppose. Yeah. Has John forgot we are here? This is the format, Jada. It's just, once I start the timer, I'm listing, because the whole point of this format is to get me to get work done and for you guys to get work done as well. So obviously, if you guys are in the chat, I'm not gonna make you guys feel bad for it, because it's kind of it's a dual, triple, quadruple purpose kind of format, right? So if anything comes up in the chat and we learn something, then it's a learning format. I'm getting my listings done, so therefore it's productive for me, not just on YouTube but also on reselling. If you guys get your listings done, because it means that you're not watching TV whilst listing and you're actually watching me, not, then I guess that's also a plus. And then there's the chat that continues to happen. So obviously in the last half hour there was like 40 messages exchanged. If you guys want to come and just connect, you guys can come and connect as well. So bring everything together. It's an effective use of time. So yes, when the timer starts, for the most, you're not going to hear me talk, and then now you'll hear me talk until we start the next timer. Sometimes there'll be a topic that's worth discussing and it will be a meaty topic, then I'll talk for longer than 10 minutes. If there's nothing to talk about, sometimes towards like the 11, 12 o'clock mark, the in between, we sometimes have nothing to discuss, and we just go into another timer because people are on a roll. What's everyone listening tonight? I'm sorting and listing some TMNT. I'm doing cars and trains tonight. When's your next G gets drunk and goes wild live stream? Hey, Grumpy Granny, are you planning on doing live streams every Friday now? Is that the idea, that Friday there's gonna be a Friday night books kind of wind down every Friday? Sold a bunch of Mills and Boone this weekend, 200 plus. This was because I watched your videos. I have to ask, what's the logic behind someone buying 200 Mills and Boone if not to resell? Are they planning on reselling? If you are selling them at the resell price already, then is someone planning on having a very moist year, reading 200 Mills and Boone once a night? Like, what's the deal? Awesome indeed. Awesome, well done. I love this community. Like, everyone's just awesome, well done, well done, well done. Can you imagine if we have like 100 people doing listing live stream together? If there was good news, be like, yeah. 22 more minutes of quiet listing time, then John is back for chatting. Wendy's off the bed. Night, Wendy. I'll come back from the chats. QQQ. Mel giving props to John. Pia's here. Hello. Folio Society or Eastern Press? Need a big house for these. Listing clothing. Puppy Dog's here. Hello, hello, hello. Nah, just the reset. The hair was going all over the place, as you could tell from that 1 year video. Thank you guys for watching the reflection. Let me know what you thought about that. I thought I covered everything and tried to keep it as succinct as possible. I edited out a fair few pauses from that one. Yeah. A new viewpoint. Yep. Super focus. Yeah, I got Lots of listings to get done. Christmas is my busiest period, so trying to get as many listings done so that by the time we, October, November, I'll probably be like flat out. Champs this year. That wasn't you. Dealing with an overseas refund for someone not seeing the DVDs for region 4. Yeah. I saw you ask that question in the Facebook page as well. Let them if someone doesn't read, then, and especially if they give you the reason in the case for why they're opening it, make sure you reply to them in the case and reply why the item wouldn't work. And if they ask eBay to step in, eBay will side with you, and eBay will probably refund them too. So don't be so quick to refund them. Load up the case with information as to why they shouldn't get a refund, why your listing is correct. Don't tell them they shouldn't get a refund. Just say, look, the listing stated this, and this. You're in this region. I'm in this region. Yeah. And eBay will side with you. I'm doing 2 American and then 1 Australian video until I'm done with the American ones. Looking forward to it, Mel. Oh, and also you're gonna make a pie video now. Just adding more things to your workload. 10 listings done, 2 cha-chings at the same time. Now a snack break. Pikelets with blueberry jam. Ooh, fresh cream. Oh. Hey, Veas here. Hello. That daily whatnot video was so fascinating. I could have watched the whole series. 2 Johns are better than 1. Hey, yes. So Jonas has a question for everybody, because we've never talked about this on the chat. Ethics around sourcing limited edition release items. At what point do you draw the line? What is not acceptable? What do you guys reckon? With limited edition stuff. Jada, if you're still here, you get limited edition stuff from time to time as well. Justin, you're a card person. Paul, limited edition stuff? Don't think so. Because you're more replenishable tech. Yeah, parts. But yeah, limited edition stuff's interesting, because we would argue that, reselling is very much a started from we started doing, most people who start reselling start with limited edition stuff, right? And then eventually they go on to the bread and butter stuff, because they realize that limited edition stuff isn't regular income. So yeah, what do you guys reckon? Limited edition stuff, is there even a question of ethics? And Jonas, when you say ethics, what exactly do you mean? Are we referring, like bang on buying something at retail, scalping at 3x, 4x, 10x even? Is that what we're referring to? I'll let you guys fill up the chat with your responses on that. Puppy dog, imagine 2 Johns talking to each other. Which way should I look? This way? High five. Okay. Moisture. Mills and Boone sale was for a person's mother. That gets even more disturbing. MLL, NBA cards listing a bit slower. Takes longer to find a good price point to list at. Also, what are the unintended consequences of reselling limited edition items if anyone has them? All right, here we go. So Brandon's saying, as long as I don't have an inside line on it, thanks to who I work for, I'm all for it. At the end of the day, reselling is all about market value, so it isn't an ethical problem for me. I don't see any issues in sourcing limited edition anything. For me, the rarer, the better. Limited edition stuff, every man for themselves. I say no ethics. Wow. Matilda's a dog. It's like, If I can grab it, I'm selling it. Started listing flow. Listing goal reached today. Now the schedule tomorrow. Scalping is just reselling done right, isn't it? Have learned tonight. Core flute and new tattoos do not mix, especially on the corners. Ooh, ah, oh, ow. I buy whole collections, so don't just target the high-end limited edition stuff. I get better deals that way. What was disturbing was Blake revealed he was going to his dad's 50th, and then I was old enough to be his mom. Blake's pretty young. The mustache just makes him look old. Actually, it's funny. The mustache doesn't actually make him look older. Blake, I feel like the mustache just makes him look like he's trying to grow a mustache, but he's still young. Okay, realistically, these are luxury items and not pharmaceuticals people need to live. Yeah, so limited edition items, unintended consequences. What do you see, Jonas? Jonas, come back to the chat. Come back to the chat. What do you see what do you mean unintended? Or what is some, I feel like everybody here is pretty pro reselling limited edition items, unless you've got a perspective that we're not considering. Because when I think limited edition, I think limited run, possibly numbered. Mouse to feed, make $1 and fast ethics. I've been on the other end of having to buy Dino for double its price. Yeah, okay. So I've been in several like like the Hot Wheels groups, the dolls groups, and you constantly get people whinging about scalpers, and you get to the point where it gets to the point where some people will literally, on principle, not pay above retail. So, for example, the chats always go a bit like this: someone will put up an item for sale that's available at Kmart, but they happen to pick it up in, say, Kmart Rockhampton, right? And somebody in Victoria is like, well, it hasn't. I'll wait for it to hit our stores because for some reason it goes from the north to the south, and then eventually they will start tracking people putting them up for sale, and we're not talking and so at the start, obviously, you'll see a 2-pack of cars go up for $50, but they're only $19 on the shelf. So therefore, that's a pretty big, almost like 2.5 times the price, and they'll wait. So they'll just wait for their turn to have a go. Eventually, you'll see the posts get closer. You'll see some Newcastle posts, some Sydney posts, some Canberra posts. Finally, get some Melbourne posts. The west, the north, and finally where they are. And then they will be like, I went to my store, I can't get it, and they'll start blaming the fact that the staff have already nicked the boxes. You'll hear stories of people saying, I went to the rack, they brought out some new boxes, all the boxes were already open, the good cars were gone. And then so there'll be this whole series of whinging. That essentially point to the fact that people are taking them from the back. The fact that people work at Kmart and therefore they have access to the stock. They know it's valuable because there are these grown men complaining in Facebook groups that allow anybody to join. So quite clearly, it's very typical. It's very similar to that op shop thing where if people complain about if people show off what they find at op shops raise their prices, right? The more information you make public, the more people know about it. People are going to nick the stuff. And obviously, you'll see stuff. They'll see stuff on eBay as well where, the stock has already, they'll see the buy, sell, swap posts come up in Queensland, Sydney, but then the first post that they see is an eBay in Melbourne. There'll be someone listing something in Melbourne, and you'll go, this person is clearly a staff member. They can't prove it, but it's consistent with the theory, okay? And then you get to a point where the items will be, let's say they're $19 on the rack. Someone will want $25 for it, and they still get crucified in the chats, in the comments, sorry. But obviously there are people who will defend that and be like, hey, the guy found it, he's got 5 already. If you want 2, you're gonna have to drive like 2 hours to find one in one Kmart, not finding one in 3 more, and then go to the next one. So why am I looking at this camera? Should we look at this camera? Old habits. So it's like this. Eventually the comments will read, how much does your fuel cost? How much does your time cost? Just buy it and have it, right? And then, but people will just, I think, on if you're stuck on principle, then it's like you've chosen that hill to die on, and you're not gonna move. And so my response after a while reading all this whinging has just been, look, I've bought stuff at retail, I've bought stuff for cheap, I've also bought stuff at eBay prices. I also sell stuff for cheap sometimes. I also sell stuff at eBay prices sometimes. If you ask too much, you wait longer. If you ask too little, it goes tomorrow, and you have to deal with 100 messages. And so just commenting on the fact that if you really want to not suffer at the hands of the scalper, you be the scalper too. But that is to say, enjoy both ends, both sides of the coin. So that's kind of how I feel about it. And I guess when I look at it, I go, a lot of the times for someone to get, most limited edition things are not really that expensive. Most limited edition things are just expensive, scarcer versions of something that isn't that valuable. Think about expensive Hot Wheels car, but really a Hot Wheels car is quite a cheap thing. So therefore, these people are usually working at places that sell cheap things. Kmart, Target, Meijer. So I mean, if for somebody to be unethical, they have to also work in real retail. I'm not going to go and fight that battle and go work in retail also, if that makes sense, just to have access to stock. I'm quite happy where I am, which makes it quite fair in that sense. I mean, how many of you guys would actually go work in retail just to have access to stock? I wouldn't. Most of us would say no. There are very few places where I would want to work at just to have early access to things. Because I think as resellers, we already have access. We already have access to such a breadth of items that to work at one place as a job, just to have access to a particular group of items, feels limiting. That's my sentiment. If you feel differently, let me know. Is there a retailer that you would want to work for just to have access to stuff to resell? And if you could pull it off and you reckon it'd be worth it. Yeah. And back to the comments. Blake's mustache shows he's a 70s porn star. I will say a lot of his shots are only waist up. Everything is limited to a point. That's why it's worth money. That's why we sell it. I collect Hot Wheels, and I know of people in my area that are going to be W Woolies Toy World as they have friends there and buying up all the rare cars at a discounted rate to flip on flip. Yeah, makes sense. Resellers can sometimes create a barrier for fans by purchasing multiple units for resale, making it harder for genuine fans to acquire the item at a reasonable price. I feel like, I'm going to comment on this one. I feel like you can't tell a genuine fan anymore. And it's almost as if there was a time when to be a genuine fan, you just bought. But now, with reselling being so accessible, you almost have to be a seller. So you almost have to sell, you buy a lot, keep the one you want, and sell the rest. You almost have to buy 4, keep 1, sell 3 to make up the cost of the one that you keep, which is just a change in strategy, really, because it's a different market. Like there was back in the day, you wouldn't buy things to sell just for the sake of it. You wouldn't even think to buy things for the sake of it. You would just buy things that you were interested in. You had disposable income. You split up into, rent and utilities and education, and whatever you had left, you go buy something for yourself at the newsagent or whatever. So, yeah, I feel like making things harder for genuine fans. No, social media has made it very hard to judge genuine. You almost have to fight for your items, which is okay, fine. It's sad if you have no interest in selling, but when you think about the skill of buying and selling and balancing, I guess, your own personal books as far as money and stock, it's a good skill to have. It's something they don't teach at schools, and I think that's how I'm going to frame it for my kids as well. It's like, if you're going to go out, if you want to be a collector, you have to be a flipper. If you're not going to be a flipper, you can't be a collector. That's how I'm going to present it to my kids. If you're going to go to stores and buy and buy and buy and buy and then never actually flip, it's not going to be fun. It's going to be, and here's the thing: a lot of you guys, if you've done Pokemon cards, Hot Wheels, whatever, it's pretty disheartening if you are a collector buyer only. You realize just how stacked the range is on the common side of the equation, and just how little care goes into the rare side of the equation. Like if you buy, unless you spend, a couple grand to buy Pokemon cards, right? Even then, after unboxing all of that, the rare card doesn't feel that special because of the effort of all that common stuff, and you have to go and figure out what to do with it. Yeah. I also feel like we live in a time where manufacturers don't care anymore. It's just pump and pump and pump and pump and pump. And so if a manufacturer is just going to pump and pump and pump, then we should also make some money to, I guess, effectively collect for free plus effort. Or collect for profit plus effort. I flipped a lot of video cards during the crypto rush in 2021, but the PS5 thing bothered me. So double standards. Yeah, the PS5 thing was interesting. All right. Here's an unintended consequence. People not knowing whether, like, when something gets so sought after, you end up with lots of scams, right? Like, those people who would sell PS5s and then, not actually ship the item, Facebook Marketplace, lots of like Facebook Marketplace cowboys. That I think would be a fair unintended consequence, where mums and dads around Christmas time trying to get a PS5 for their kid, realizing that the only one they can find is a Facebook one, and then they go and pick it up, and then they get a unit that is you hear stories of this. People will buy a PS5 get the PS5 box, come home, and then it's a PS4. But the mum doesn't know any better. They've never really inspected the unit. As far as they're concerned, the box is heavy. It looks like a console. They come home, the kids goes, "Mom, this is not a PS5." So that I think is an unintended consequence, because this raging hormone, like it's like a horny kind of, like a really horny kind of demand that makes scammers go, I reckon we could probably con a few people in the process. Yeah. So I think, that's definitely and especially when you have collectors in groups frothing at the mouth at a selection of things, you almost give scammers the pattern that they can then go, here's a sales post, put out a bunch of photos, and all those photos are selected in such a way that it's aimed at a particular person who is frothing at the mouth to, oh my gosh, this person has all these items that I want, sold, and then they go into the messages, and then then let's just say they agree to do PayPal friends and family, and then that's it, money's gone. So yeah, that will be an unintended consequence, that blinding effect, I suppose. I think unintended, if new, then not growing too fast, otherwise your account will be flagged. eBay will ask receipts and paperwork. True. Build slow and steady. If we don't scalp, someone else will. True. Anthony's here. Hello. I'm taking this. It's a learning even. If you were to buy a single car at Kmart at a particular style, such as a flash mob, in a flash mob style, it's going to inflate the price point. Hypothetically, if you drip feed them into the market. Well, I think also okay, there are manufacturers don't make things available for long periods of time as well, and we know that when people collect something, you don't know when they enter into a hobby. So if somebody, let's say, and it might not even be because they just became interested. It could be a child that eventually comes into a hobby because they're old enough, and their dad drives a Ford, and then they Ford Mustang, and they want to collect every Mustang available. They're starting today. There are all these cars that are no longer available brand new, and if a scalper isn't buying them and selling them at, say, double retail, how else do you get it brand new? The manufacturer is not making it available. So I suppose by a scalper buying and holding, there is a holding cost, and you have to factor that in as well. If I'm paying $2,000 and I've got $2,000 in cars sitting in my warehouse, and they're slowly being drip fed out to new collectors who are starting out, they have no other way of getting the car. So I suppose in that sense, it's a very practical function for the genuine collector too. It's really those people who clear whilst I think is what it is, when the manufacturer is making it available, and then you're trying to clear, you're taking that capacity away, and you're trying to hold it at double the price whilst the manufacturer is still making it, then it kind of rubs the wrong way. So I suppose buy and hold will make it more ethical. I don't know. I just look at these guys and they spend so much time complaining. After a while, I just go, you know what? for the amount of effort you spent in your phone complaining, and quite frankly, you didn't come here to just, it's not like you came to your phone to make a phone call and then you put your phone down. You're probably dumb scrolling, you saw this post, complain some more, and then after complaining, continue dumb scrolling. Really, it's time spent. You could have spent that time looking for the thing if you really wanted it. So the way I see it is, if you're not willing to, and back when I used to flip sneakers, right? I remember we used to line up in front of Foot Locker, and we knew like certain shoes would have two of every size, and we just walk along the queue and go, "What size are you? What size are you? What size? What size? What size?" And there was like almost like an honor code where it's like, okay, I know that I'm in the queue because you have said you're a 7, you're a 9, you're a 10, you're an 11, da da da. And then by the time I went there, I would just get the one I wanted. And then essentially, if someone chose the wrong, like said they were getting one size but then got another size, someone else missed out, everybody's kind of just glared at them, like. And then the next time we saw them in the queue, there was a bit of like a screw you, like whatever, piss off. And then people just would kind of ostracize them out of that queue. But there was you still have to wake up at 6, go to the city and line up at the store which you thought had the most likely for you to get that stock. So I think, yeah, if people don't put in the effort to get something and they want to complain because of fairness, sucks. Especially, and here's the thing, especially those guys who are dads and they're complaining on behalf of their kids, like, it's a toy. But really, go take your kids hunting. And if you can't find it, like, don't complain and then make a bitter man out of yourself and make a disappointment out of your child, if that makes sense. Hunt harder, figure it out, be resourceful, and really earn those points, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. Because like we are resellers, so we know what it's like to go hunt for stuff, right? We know what it's like to make friends with people interstate. We know what it's like to make friends with people in overseas. And if we really want something, we'll ask. It takes humility to ask, and then it takes I guess, what's that word? Integrity to like repay the favor if it's asked of you. And then essentially it's not really like a circle of scalping, it's also like a circle of helping. So therefore, you can show your kids that if you ask for help, you get help. And then if you're willing to help, you get more help. I just feel like there's more ways of looking at it than just you're ruining it for the collector, think of the children, because that's a bit of a victim mentality. Ooh, thanks, Puppy Dog, for the super sticker. Unintended consequence could then see a factory counterfeiting them with the inflated price point. Prices do go up as a result. But then again, right, when prices go up, scalping also slows down. So therefore, a lot of these things, collectors remember. I think collectors remember what things used to cost, and therefore, like I remember there were these diorama, like these kind of boxes, right, where they have like 3 cars and a transporter. And they used to go for, I think, 24. Then it became 29. And then now some stores charge like 34 and then 39 because the price, they noticed on eBay the prices were going up. But then they just end up sitting on the shelf for a bit longer. So therefore, now collectors have a better chance of getting it. But then here's the thing. The same collectors who play victim then whinge on it on the same pages. They go, oh, prices went up. Bloody scalpers. Like, dude, it's on the shelf now. Go get it. On principle, you didn't want to pay retail. You were only going to pay retail. This is now the retail price. Go pay retail. No, but it used to be. So that it kind of really highlights the attitude. You kind of see which side of this conversation I'm on. I'm like, prices go up. Whether because of scalpers or other reasons, prices go up. But there are people who always complain, oh, but it used to be. So I'm noticing Coles Express have Hot Wheels. What are you doing to me? Drip Feed agreed. I do this with bolos all the time. Yep. We know drawn drip feeds. Yes, I do. Op shop volunteers do it. Yep. And look, there are some op shops I go to where I'll go there opening time and I'll see the good stuff already behind the counter. And but that's the thing, right? Would I go volunteer in an op shop on a regular basis? Would I use my time that way just so I can have access to that stuff? No. And I'm still waiting for someone to tell me where they would actually agree to spend their time part-time working so that they can have access to stuff. I was a Tupperware dealer and got my cupboard done for 30% off plus. Did have a Nutrimetrics Nutrimatics account for over 15 years. I got him. Yep. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So, but that's like MLM though. That's different because that you still have control over how you go about using your time. We're talking, you have to work a job, you have to deal with managers. Go back to the place that we left to become our own bosses just to have access to stock. I don't even know how I'd be as an employee. And I'm saying this on YouTube, which means that if for some unforeseen, very improbable reason, I become an employee again, and some employer of mine in the future finds this video, they're going to go, gee, at least he's self-aware. Because I can't imagine myself ever being an employee anymore. Even Jen can't. Jen's like, yeah, you've been your own boss for too long. I became self-employed in 2013. It's been 10 years. I can't imagine going back to a job. So forget about the fact that even if I'm willing to go work a job just to have access to stock, I can't imagine how long I'd stay there before I go, you're all idiots. Lots of Lego buyers buy, then hold on. Yeah, yeah. That is how I started reselling. My collecting started getting to cost too much, so I started buying collections to flip and cover the cost. Yeah, exactly. That's how I started doing mine too. Buying and selling Barbies. Do you use receipt invoice books to manage your deductions on tax time, seeing that you source a lot? Yeah. So I just keep like a running ledger. Running ledger, who I buy it, like name of the person I bought it from, the items that I bought, the amount that I paid. I also just archive all my chats on like Facebook, Gumtree, whatever, so that if you ever want to reference it, there's like the date. So there's the date of it as well. So you can essentially search it up and you can find the conversation as proof. Yeah. You can also, when you're registered for GST, you can also claim the GST on stuff you buy for cash. Based on what my accountant says, I think if the items are less than $300 per unit in resale value, that's pretty cool. Started this journey selling a few DVD box sets around the house. The opportunity to sell makes it easier to collect. So I would think there are a lot more collectors than before. True, very true. I often buy 10 of a toy. My kids want knowing I can sell the rest to pay for my purchase. Yep, that's what I do as well. Picked up a lot from a lady who has visits from Chris, starting to be a small world, playing with shops, and I shopped with Mel and Tom. Discovered via Instagram that she had a vision. I wouldn't say we're scalping, we're brokers. Items of brokers. Ooh. Available in my local demographic are desirable to people who don't have the time, same ability to source the items I do. Yep. Scarcity marketing becoming a thing during lockdown started. Yeah, anything. No eggs in my supermarket 90% of the time. Wait, really? Who's scalping eggs? Or buy a chicken. Actually, speaking of eggs and chickens, I'm not sure if you guys have seen, those older houses where they use different colored bricks to make a pattern on the wall. I'm not sure if you've seen, like, it might be a triangle or a square or a bunch of squares. Usually like Italian Greek houses. And I drove past a house today where I saw it was like one brick, then two bricks, then three bricks, then it went down into a diamond shape, and then another diamond shape. It looked essentially and then one in the middle. Essentially, it's a bullseye. And I thought to myself, I really want to egg this house because there's a bullseye on the front of it. I don't think they realized they made a bullseye design on their wall. But yeah, just reminded me of that. 36. Yes, we have 36 people here. I think at the peak we had like 60 when we did at the very start. But clearly, the John hypes died down to 36. So gotta get it up to 100. I want 100 people listening here. Be dope. All right, let's wrap up the topic and get to more listing. Find new homes for a lot of items that might otherwise end up in landfill, or so I hear a lot. Yeah, this whole anti-landfill movement. I don't get it. Like, I get it, but I don't get it. I get it, but I don't get it. Guessing you're shopping at Coles and Woolies. There will be eggs. Chicken unions. Anything that's valuable or desirable will always be counterfeited, copy, and regardless of something. True. Everyone should be used to scalpers, manufacturing agents, suppliers, wholesale. Yeah. Savers have rules that you can't work and resell there. Pretty sure relatives can't work there either. Interesting. But here's the thing, though. A lot of these places have rules, but rules that are, they need to be enforced. You know what I mean? Like, for example, okay, here's one. You're not supposed to, at Kmart, you're not supposed to buy stuff to resell. So you can hand stuff to somebody else to resell. A friend can come, buy the stuff on your behalf, split the profits, right? You can be loading the shelf when they happen to come. Just saying. And if nobody complains about it, which most people don't, it just continues to happen. So that's kind of what I mean. Like, you have rules, but then without most of these rules are enforcement type rules, in which case it's not like Kmart's checking the cameras constantly to see if anybody's doing whatever, right? So yeah. I could not work at a place to get goods cheap to sell. Conflict of issues. I don't think I'm employable now. I've been a business owner for 20 years. See? It's a thing. Or if I were to be an employee, it would be one of those things where I'd have to prove my worth within the first month that I can manage the whole drawing, and then the owner just pisses off and then I make the money. That's pretty much it. Haven't been an employee since I resigned on the day of my 30th birthday. But you're only 33. It's only 3 years ago, isn't it? That's surprising, John. GST for cash. I thought you have to have a tax invoice. Nope. There's a cash rule. Check with your accountant or Ethan Rusha. Brokers is a trigger word. Well, I used to be broker. I did have a thought a while ago, buy things whenever I saw a limited edition sticker on it, but was worried I would have a heap of extra crap around the house. Well, here's the thing, right? With limited edition stuff, you still need to make sure that it's actually sought after, because limited edition Ushis, that was like a great example. People going, oh, I have the limited edition Ushi, but then firstly, Ushis have no value, so therefore, limited edition is like limited edition 3x0 is still 0, right? 10x0 is still 0. You still need to understand the market and why the limited edition increases its value. Even with Hot Wheels, like Justin, you collect Hot Wheels, you know this. Like with there are sought after cars, and then they get released with special paint and more detailed insides and whatever else. Anyways, the point being is, they'll be like numbered, one out of 20,000, for example. That's pretty limited. But then in a year, they'll release the same car, slightly different color, and then not every collector will want everyone. They just want one in that detail. So therefore, they'll go, well, if I didn't get it this year, I'll get it next year. So really, for that particular portion of the buying pool, it's not really limited. It's just diluted now. So when you think about it, you still need to understand why it's limited and why it's not, as opposed to just going limited means that it's more value. Yeah. That thought is actually really funny if anyone's from my house. I mean, look, you guys have seen the insides of my storage, whatever. I've got crap too. Jody, when setting up a new business, as you are now, and also branching into social media, cash flow is good. So therefore, enjoy the money coming in, the consistent money anyways. I wouldn't deal with customers anyway in real life to get more stuff. How can you not get landfill? Like, okay, I get keeping stuff out of landfill, but I don't appreciate the gravity that a lot of business owners, the weight they place on it, especially when they're starting out. So, like, to me, my approach to business is you figure out how to make the most amount of money hurting the least amount of people. That's the simplest way of putting it. Then once you've worked that, you can refine. A lot of people, when they start, they're focused on recyclables, they're focused on avoiding landfill, they're focused on being nice to people, they're focused on a lot of things that don't actually help making money. When you think about it, using reusable stuff takes time, takes money. Keeping things out of landfill adds extra steps, especially if you're the type that likes to sort all your things by the specialist bins. The point being is, or if you want to give something to charity along the way, like all of these things take away before you figure out how to make. So for me, if you are starting out, you must be able to make and make in its purest form without being evil. The whole landfill thing is great. It's not about evil, good and evil. It's just great. It's like do your part for the world. But you know what I mean. So therefore, I feel like when someone comes from employment to self-employment, and they see this smorgasbord of things that they can do with their time, it's I don't like the dopamine hit that you get, the feel good hit of doing good for the environment and whatever, when you haven't quite worked out how to make money. That's my biggest frustration with new resellers. You know, they do all these things that make them feel good, but they're not making money. They need to make money first, and then once they are sure and confident they can make money, then they have the luxury of feeling good in how they make money. That's how it sums up. Make money first so that you know how to make money. And once you know how to do that in the best way possible, then you've earned the right to feel good about how you make your money. I think that's how it is. Yeah. Jody, I don't think the issue with us is that we have skills, but we're not very we're not pliable anymore. I feel like I would spot patterns too quickly. Like Paul and I, we have conversations about this all the time. Like Matilda, you know, we were thinking that if we go work in a business, we'll spot how everything is wrong, and and, and then we would struggle to follow the instructions of a boss, especially bosses who don't want their businesses to improve. Just saw Pet Cemetery first edition. I'll eat for another week. Hey, what up? Wait, who is this? I feel like I should know who this is. I feel like I've. I'm not gonna say your name, because if I say your name, then if I say your name, this live stream doesn't monetize. FF Flips. Remind me who you are again. Mitch. Which Mitch is this? Or is it just getting late and I'm forgetting people? What's up, ads? $3, 99. Woo, nice. Thanks, Puppy Dog, for the other super sticker. You're awesome. Ooh, yes, Bodan. Hello. You're friends with Chris, right? Mitch, first time here. Welcome. Whereabouts in Australia are you? Hi, Amanda. All right, I'll wait for Mitch to tell me where he's from, and then and then we'll start another timer. Grumpy Granny, you're answering on Mitch's behalf. Where's your Chris in Tassie? Cool. Awesome. 35 people. More listing. Let's go. Great question, Jonas, by the way. That was, I think I had it in banners to like run it across the screen, but you beat me to it. So awesome. Good question. Good conversation. Definitely something we can revisit, because it's going to be a thing, especially during this recession period. Definitely going to be a thing. Let's do another 30 minutes of listing. How are we doing? That came out, of course. How are we doing? Oh man, 60 or 59 chat messages to catch up on. This should be fun. This will be fun. Apologies, on a roll. Just going to finish off one more listing and then see what's happening in the chat. Sweet. Listing at a faster clip than last time. We're sitting on 45. This has been a productive session. I'm happy. I am very happy. All right. Where did we last leave off in the chat? Where did we last? All right. So we got Night Vea. Yes, I am. Because he is not as fast as typing as I am. Very kind of you, Granny. Falls Creek Flips. I've seen your YouTube content. Cool. Time to find the fellow YouTuber. Falls Creek Flips. I have subscribed. And the rest of you, if you haven't subscribed, subscribe to Falls Creek Flips. 95 videos. Fabulous content there to go through as well. But you haven't uploaded for about 9 months. What's up with that, man? Give us more videos. Puppy Dog Diary, let's go. Yep. Night Mitch. Okay, GG, don't list the Pokemon guide. Personally, wouldn't without something to bundle it with that would help negate some of the damage. I made a thank you card design just now, but I need to get some critiques on it before I lock it in. I'll happily critique it when we get John to put it up and everyone can give you their opinions. Did Paul send me anything? Did Paul send me something? So Mel joined this. Mel joined the session. I asked Tom, I said, want to make a live stream appearance tonight? Otherwise, I'd be liable for misrepresentation in reference to the thumbnail. Mel obviously came because it's in the group chat with them. But I just messaged them on the chat that I had them both on for the thrift crawl. And Tom goes, nah, man, I'm enjoying bed. All right, so Paul sent me photos to show you. All right. How do I share the screen? Let's see. Present. Share screen. Window. All right. What do we think of this? Thank you for shopping at my store. See the back of this card for a great deal just for my best customers. Paul, I'm guessing this finger is not your finger because it's nicely varnished and it looks very female. Is this like an AI thing? Like a template thing? Thanks for supporting my store. I'm a work-from-home dad doing my best to share products at great prices paired with amazing service. This voucher code entitles you to 12% off all media items in my store. Books, CDs, DVDs, Blu-rays, and video games. Code, you're beautiful. Oh. And then there's a code. That's pretty cool. I personally don't like the amount of text there is there. I feel like it can be shorter. But apart from that, this is cool. I love the front. Front's fantastic. See the back of this card for a great deal. I almost feel like the great deal needs to be in caps lock so that it reads like you. This is the emphasis is for the great deal. And even if you put great deal in caps lock, best customers or my best customers in caps lock, that would really send like hammer the point home. Um, Thanks for supporting this work from home dad doing his best to share products at great prices, paired with amazing service. That will make it a little bit shorter. Use this voucher for 12% off. Use this voucher. We'll make it shorter as well. Yeah, try that. Paul, try this. Let me see. Thanks for supporting this stay work from home dad doing his best to share products at great prices and with amazing service. Use this voucher for 12% off all media items in store. Jake's going, why is Tom in the thumbnail? Because they visited me, and so because they visited me, and I decided to ask him to sit in the chair. That's essentially it. Being cheeky. Be very quiet. I'm hunting rabbits. Dean, are you new? If you are, let us know where you're from. How did you find the live stream? I couldn't see my screen. Mitch, 23 listed so far. Nice, nice. Use anyone here use a document scanner for their photos? I've been watching some videos of other trading card sellers and they use scanner, and I'm thinking of it would make sense. I mean, it aligned better too, and your photos will come out more consistently than say if you did it with a camera. Dean is undercutting the octopus. Ooh. Paul couldn't wait. Paul couldn't wait for me to share the screen and exercise his admin status. Hey, if you got the spanner, use it. I love how you're like, be brutal, and then the first comment you get is 9. Loopy not faulting it is pretty impressive because Loopy is pretty critical. Paul's daughter is a graphic designer. Good to know. Paul, is she taking jobs? If she is, can we use her? And what are her rates? Loopy, with books, usually bubble wrap kind of go. I feel like bubble wrap goes against books because back when I used to sell comic books, it would just be more cardboard and it will be cardboard, more cardboard, and then bubble wrap around the cardboard just to prevent it from bumping around. But I found that cardboard just did the job, kept it in shape, didn't move. The front is 99%. Thank you in large letters, so you're repeating yourself underneath. Yep. Love the concept. One small change perhaps reserved for my best customers. Just is okay too, of course. With my coupon flyer, I include the eBay's link for T's and C's, which when you print generic. Cardboard protector around it first. Yep. Sometimes, right? Even though, like sometimes I will, even when I use a box, I will cut a strip of cardboard that is the width of the box and wrap it around the inside of the box, just because I am paranoid that my box will be at the bottom of like a gaylord of parcels, and then it will just crash in. So especially if you're sending if I'm sending like a toy plane, for example, that's got propellers and stuff, it's sitting in the middle of the box. There's bubble wrap that obviously prevents it from going in, but I don't want unnecessary pressure on the item anyway. So then I'm just putting more cardboard so that when it goes down, it doesn't, it doesn't crush. If that makes sense. So when the buyer opens up the box, they're like, "Oh my gosh, this guy hasn't just wrapped and bumped it in the box. He's actually put it in a box, put cardboard more or less crisscross and around, so that when the box lands, it just lands on all these kind of like, it's almost like the slats of a bed that kind of prevent the box from going further down." Yeah. Main thing in books is protecting corners. Exactly. Jane, welcome back. 7:30 a.m. in Saskatoon. Awesome. As Gigi said, one of the best things is the reviews. That is reviews on the packaging. That is true. I mean, think about it. Like, what else do we have going for us other than packaging? Most of us, I mean, the item, we already have the item. They know what item they're gonna get. Pricing wise, we're not trying to sell things at bottom dollar. So therefore, it's the unboxing experience, isn't it? To protect the corner of books, I use a piece of bubble wrap, oversized, and wrap it on the short ends. Why do you lot not listen to me? Consider myself to be reasonably knowledgeable on the subject. Bugger the bubble wrap off. It will not protect your book like a cardboard sleeve will. I sense one of Granny's rollers pop off her head in typing that comment. I completed one listing in that session from taking photos to listing live. Nice. You can't cardboard sleeve every $10 book, surely. If you have the bubble wrap, do that after the cardboard sleeve. Yes. Paul, you can't cardboard sleeve every $10 book. I see where you're coming from, but I feel like if you care and you're not going to scale up to the point where it matters, then you do it, right? Because that's the category you chose, and that's what comes with the category. Why is Tom in the thumbnail? Did I answer that already? Yes, because they came to the house and I made them both sit in the chair for a funny photo. Yeah, so that was fun. Loopy, when I used to sell comic books, I would what's the word? I would take just went blank. When if you buy MyPost, I should probably ask, do you buy MyPost satchels? Because the boxes that they come in, essentially the grain, if this is, if my screen is the box, the grain goes like this. So you can kind of like bend, you can just cut the main rectangle of it, and then, so one box makes two sleeves, essentially is what I'm saying. That's what I used to do. Why are we talking about moisture all of a sudden? Pretty dry here in South Australia, GG, no moisture. I'm like a dried up prune. Matilda, you know what I'm gonna say? You need milk indeed. I slice and dice all boxes I come across. The leaves are usually the right size for small paper bags. The body of the box you can use. Yep. But soft drink boxes, Matilda, soft drink boxes, they are not as rigid. Not a single piece of cardboard leaves my home. Stash, shipment pile, reduce and reuse. Yep. Dean's on the Gold Coast. Awesome. Stalking for a while. Well, thanks for participating today. How'd you hear about the stream? Or did you know, did somebody tell you about it? Did you just happen to stumble across the channel? I like learning about how people find out about the things we do. Grumpy Granny's riled up now. I think the thing that made me no, actually no, Lupi, you weren't, it wasn't, it's not that I like figured you out. It was that comment you made on that reaction video to Matt's door knocking. That was like, Loopy doesn't use blunt. If Loopy was like a, you know, a character in a game and there were weapons, it would be sharp weapons only. Surgical precision, none of that blunt nonsense. I'm going back to I think back when I used to sell comic books as well, I used to put the books in like a Ziploc bag and then wrap the card sleeve around it. So that dealt with the moisture, because I would get feedback like, you know, I'd send it in an envelope. The envelope would get chucked in the mail. It'd be rained on. And then they would open it and then they would literally message me and go, I thought this book was trashed. I opened it and it was dry because you put it in a Ziploc bag. Like, how come more people don't do this? Because common practice is they put in a sleeve, fold the flap over, and then tape it down, and moisture would still get in. But if you do it in a Ziploc bag, fold and tape, then it's like airtight. So that was what I used to do. I mean, it weighs almost the same as a sleeve anyway, so just the extra Ziploc. Off the works tomorrow to have a look at document scanners, I think. Any thoughts on the best brands and best picture quality? I almost wonder, right, if you're better off figuring out how to put your phone on like a tripod kind of setup above a space. And if you put the card in the same space and you just have like a Bluetooth clicker, whether that might even be faster than a document scanner. Because it almost feels like that would give you a higher resolution photo than a document scanner. When a document scanner, you kind of have to you have to resize the pictures as well, don't you? Or can you custom format the sizing? Because wouldn't it be annoying if you do a document scanner and then the photos come out and you have to waste time cropping it, versus you're already used to doing square mode on your phone? Figure out to make the lighting consistent so that the phone being on top doesn't have any shadows, and then, you know, light comes in this way, phone on top, have it kind of sitting on some sort of a tripod thing, phone doesn't move, you put the card on the same spot and just click 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 click. Could be. Granny is notably upset. John put trusses in his boxes to keep them sturdy. Yes, I do. I do. Um, because it conveys care and doesn't take that much time. And yeah, the feedback speak for itself. I think that's what it is. Especially if it's going overseas, because card people who collect card collectors are the fussiest of people. But they're also okay. I remember hearing this my back when I was at uni, I had many friends who did like multi-level marketing stuff, so network marketing type things, and I get invited to all these talks. And most of the time, I just go because friends, whatever. There would be free food, so be it. And some of them were actually on campus, so we just free food, don't have to leave campus. Yeah, make earn friendship points. But are very seldom would a talk actually resonate with me. And there was one talk where the guy said my favorite prospects are people so like there's like low level network marketing and high level network marketing. The low level one is like, do you have any friends who are looking to earn some side money and da 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 da, like trying to match people with their earning capacities to recruit to join this pyramid schemey thing. But then the high level stuff, actually they would comment on human psychology. And one of the guys I was listening to, he said my favorite targets are people who hate what I do, because the moment they understand what I do, they are the loudest fans of what I do. And that made a lot of sense to me. So essentially, I don't mind card collectors being fussy, because the moment they become fans of me, they essentially tell all their friends. And then I will actually hear about it in the messages going, this person sent me here. And I will actually remember their names because they've been buying repeatedly as well. So yeah, if you can wow the fussiest of buyers, they end up being like walking billboards. Matilda's off the list. Again, I remain unconvinced that Mel and everyone else is doing it wrong. I don't sell $10 books, so on reflection, I don't have to worry about putting them in a cardboard sleeve. I read books one or four different ways depending on sale price and scarcity. Plain paperback, straight and bubble mailer, rare for some. I will go to the length of creating a hard box to complete house the box. Yeah, I think it's that's fair. Worth you based on what's worth your time. Didn't stumble on the channel. Q Q Q Q. That's the idea. Wonderful. Great feedback. Granny, I feel like this needs to be a t-shirt. How to pack a book. How to pack a book. And you're like, all the steps on the back of the t-shirt. I've been trying to find a phone holder that fits my tripod. Bendable phone holder on a clip. Yeah, as long as it doesn't do this thing where how it like if it has the bendy arm, it kind of moves. You're watching too many of Jada's YouTube when you hear Gold FM comp from Melbourne show tickets. It's Jada's theme song. I have a phone holder B size that the legs are a tripod and totally bendable. It sits on top of my desk light, and my desktop becomes my photo shooter. Nice. The legs are wrapped around the light. Oh, I know which one these are. Yeah. So like you got the light, and then you essentially have this thing that's like grips, and then it holds the phone. Yeah. They don't need to watch the t-shirt, just to watch. Granny, I think you have admin status. Can you put the link of the video in the chat? And then I'll start another timer. I need to get something to eat. I'll start another timer. But yeah, Granny, put the link in the chat for that video. 73 chat messages. You. I'm going to finish this listing and see what you guys have gotten up to in the chat. All right. So Grumpy Granny has gone to bed, from what I'm seeing. I like this. I've been doing where you wrap things different ways and then you run it through a stress test. That's one of the videos I want to do. Wrap stuff, drive the truck over it, see what survives and what doesn't. Should be fun. We could just get rid of books that are of no value. Yellow pages. Potato chips. Ordering pizza. Oh wait, you're in WA. Of course. I was like, wait, you can order pizza at 12:45 a.m. Then I realized you're like, Jonas, are you like 3 hours behind? What's the time where you are now? What is the time in? Oh, 10. Wait, you can get pizza at 10:45? Oh, I'm envying you. I want pizza. I sell a lot of skateboards, and if you can't chuck it down a set of stairs and it be safe, I wouldn't post it. Night. 16 people here now. More super stickers. Wow. Thanks, Puppy Dog. You're having fun with those stickers. Nice, Grumpy Granny. Nice, Sandra. Generally only reserve this for valuable books that are super fragile. I have a feeling that you guys are going to keep Grumpy Granny here because you guys are still arguing with her about the whole bubble wrap thing. I think what it is it's you're thinking about the pressure that it applies when it moves. So because bubble wrap rolls, right? with the weight of a book, it pulls the corners. With a sleeve doesn't roll. That's really what it comes onto. I don't see anybody saying that. People are going, this is better than that, but no one's actually saying the bubble wrap rolls and moves. A book, the weight and the books can also bend, I suppose, when they're soft. So you just want things to be rigid. And if they're rigid, it's not going to damage the book. Thanks, Mr. Roberts. Grumpy Granny. uh, uh, hmm. I'm getting to the end of this chat. Grumpy Granny is still here. Oh my gosh, Luffy, you're gonna keep her here. You're gonna keep her here to 2 a.m. Matilda, speaking of respect your elders, we don't actually know the age demographic of the people in this chat. They could very well actually wait. I have statistics. I can look at the stats of our lives. Once again. Any guesses? Because we haven't really said ages. We talk and then we kind of give an indication of what bracket we sit, like between 20 and 40 and then 40 and 60. And then I don't think anyone is like, actually no, I shouldn't say that out loud. I'm sure there are a small percentage that are like 60 to 80. Any guesses where the majority of you guys are? Because they actually give us stats of these things. Chris and I were comparing like the demographics of the people who turn up to our things, and we were like, we were quite surprised. We thought we thought he would appeal to the younger crowd, and I would the older crowd because I'm slightly older than him. Reverse. He's got more people in the older crowd going from the younger crowd. Okay, let me see. So we got stats for the Tuesday from last week. Audience. Apparently, sheesh, this is interesting. All of you are in the 45 to 54 gap based on last Tuesday. 65% female, 35% male. Yeah. I wasn't expecting 100%. There you go. 45 to 54. So maybe everybody expects it. Everybody just respect everybody. Dean, 28 listings posted, 42 saved. Do I list it all now? I guess it's like postage, free versus charge. I charge. I just list unless I've got multiples, then I schedule because I know it will sell within, say, 3 weeks. Then the next one just pops up instead of me having to keep track of it. I'm currently sitting at 64. I'm trying to get to 100 before we go to bed. Hi, Jane. See you next time. In the zone, didn't hear the alarm. That's the idea. Yeah. I'm just trying to get through these chats because I want to get back to listing. I'm also on the flow. 35, 45, 30, 70. I'll just share with you guys the screen, then you guys will see what I mean. Cool. So this was last Tuesday's session. You see session 23 is like 45 to 54, 100%. And then if you go to the Friday one, audience, Not enough demographic data. Interesting. Because because it takes time to load. Sorry. So I think it takes a few days. How about another Tuesday one? This one. Session 20, analytics, audience. Yeah, 54 to 50, 45 to 54 as well. So yeah, 100%, believe it or not. I thought there'd be more of a mix. Update, champs. Hey John, don't know if you remember that last Tuesday's discussion about my store and DVDs. I decided to branch off in other categories as well, keeping selling DVDs the last few days, keeping DVDs, keep selling DVDs the last few days have been awesome in sales. Yeah, so for those of you guys who need the context on this one, last Tuesday, Champs asked a question at around that 1 o'clock mark. So most of you guys may not have been around by that time. It was like, do I stay? Do I go? DVDs are a bit of a saturated market. And Rob H is also in the DVD section as well, media. And we were just tossing up between, if things become rarer, things become more sought after, what does that all mean? If you guys want to get the full version of it, just go to session 23, and you'll see it at the end. So if you just go to the end and you see me talking, just kind of go back and you'll notice and follow the live chat, because Paul chimed in a fair bit, Rob chimed in a fair bit, and it was a real conversation, because I thought I was being very much devil's advocate. I was like, nah, move on. We talk about sunk cost bias. We talk about how, you can build up a store, you feel a bit sad leaving it. We get it. It's all emotional, but you pivot your business as you go. So yeah, great segment. I'm gonna clip it and put it into an actual video as well. But yeah, chaps, thanks for updating us. And I think that's the right thing to do moving forward, branching off. Firstly, because on eBay you can. That's the best part about eBay. You don't have to be stuck in a category. You don't have to go back to uni and study for, to qualify for another thing. It's tomorrow you can go sell cupcake holders if you want to. And you already have we talked about this, you already have the skill, you know how to find product, you understand margin, you understand fees, branch off. And especially if you find categories that are new and growing and more promising in terms of the future as well, longevity-wise, that could be the thing that makes you happy to sell that category. Because I think about categories that we hang on to because we know and we're familiar, and then but we also start to resent the category, not hate it, just resent it, because you understand that it's not going to reward you anymore. It's like a relationship that's on the verge of divorce. And then someone, somehow, somewhere, you figure out a new category, you stumble into it, not something you would have loved, not something you would have thought of, but then the moment you start selling it, it's promising. There's the joy and hope of new love, if you want to call it that, right? And you just fall in love with it. And the next thing you know, the mature aging category just dies like a very natural death. To that point about how at the very beginning of this live stream, I talked about, I don't realize that me feeling claustrophobic in the garage makes me feel annoyed at doing work. Sometimes we don't know how we feel selling a particular category. We're so familiar, we just want to get into a flow. We're so focused on the doing, we never take time to actually acknowledge that, hey, this category actually annoys me. This category actually makes me feel sad. This category is frustrating me and it makes me feel like I don't know what I'm doing, or that it just makes you go. So yeah, if you're branching off, I hope that, and keep us updated, tell us what category you find. And the more not related to media, the better. You know what I mean? Especially if you have a link that is only unique to you. So for example, for me, I sell toys. A lot of the toys are not related to each other. The thing that links them all together is the fact that they can all be fulfilled the same way. So every time I look for a new category, as I'm scanning, I'm not looking for ASP. I'm not looking for how easy it is to source and sell. All I'm looking for is, can this item be stored the same way that I store my other items? Can it be shipped in a flat rate box? If it can, it qualifies. So yeah, I'm very curious to know what your link will be for your next categories that you branch out to. Keep us posted. And thanks so much for letting us chop and dissect your situation, because admittedly, in live streams, we've got lurkers all the way to people who actually, vulnerable and talk about it all. So the fact that you're willing to open it all up, kudos to you, man. I mean, if you don't ask, you don't get the. If you ask, you get the benefit of all the feedback. Especially last week when we had Paul, who's into collectibles, and Rob, who also sells in your category. I mean, Rob also said most days I'm like, shit, is this category gonna die, right? So for the rest of you guys, if you have any sort of like pressing challenges you want to like dissect in the live streams, best place to do it, because you can put up a post in a Facebook group and depending on who comments first, the chat can derail. Just know that if you do it here, it will not derail and you'll get value. Like free consulting. All right, where were we? I did DVD listings because it was easy, safe. I didn't list anything else because I took effort to change my strategies. That's how most people start. I think you're to that point that I made with Flipper J about landfill. When you start, you want to figure out how you can make money the fastest. And I guess if that was what you were doing, makes sense. You develop skills along the way. And then there comes a point when you have to decide, okay, I am going to figure out how to do it more efficiently. I'm going to figure out how to do it more sustainably. I'm going to figure out how to care for the community. I'm going to figure out how to create employment. I'm going to figure out how to what's the word? How to diversify my income. Yeah. So just it's part of that natural process of being in business, really. Good on you. And that's it. I made more in 4 days in vintage games than I made in DVDs. Nice. All right, cool. Can I start another timer? I want to keep listing. I want to keep listing. I get distracted a lot as a result. I keep changing. That's also because of stock availability. But you don't forget. That's true. Broadway John. Yep, we start to sing after 1 o'clock. But today we're starting a little bit early. Puppy Dog says, "Let's go, let's go." Boop. Night, Justin. See you on Friday afternoon. John, you should get a group of resellers, YouTubers, stream, aka A team. I would watch that. Yeah, I mean, if you guys do you guys want to stream in, you're more than welcome to. I was thinking of doing if you guys want to actually get a StreamYard code, I'll give it to you guys, and then you guys just hop in and we can actually talk if you feel like it. Here, I'll it's like 11 of us. Why not? Who wants to pop in? In the flow, I finished my task, so I'm just chilling in the chat. That's the best thing about this format. You can chill if you want, you can work if you want. I'm just gonna keep listing. I'm in a flow. I'm not wanting to stop. I'm sitting on 90 listings at the moment, so trying to get my 100 done. You guys should get one of these clickers. It's really cool. Like the fact that I've got the clicker makes me want to do more. I'm quite liking that. Paul saying I can one night when I'm set up on my PC, but I'm using my phone as a camera at the moment. Yeah, makes sense. No offense. I'm just gonna put the link up. If anyone wants to pop in, they can. And if no one does, that's fine too. You may go to sleep. Thanks for joining us tonight, Puppy Dog. And thanks again for all your super stickers as well. On the active listing screen, adds up all the listings with today's date and adds the number of them plus the total value in the. Oh, nice. I am going to pour a little bit of this. Thanks, Puppy Dog. You are most generous. You are most generous. Have a good sleep. We'll see you on next Tuesday, because I think you can't do the Friday ones. Might do a spontaneous session sometime this week if I'm able to. Cheers, everyone, for a productive night. We got 20 minutes to go. Real talk, I'm actually glad it's fun, because whenever someone thinks of doing like a format of some sort, you never know. Like, when I still remember Chris Furlong telling me that, CL Furlong telling me, even Mel told me when they did their first lives, it was crickets. For moments, they were talking to themselves. And this is why, like, I am super grateful for super fans. Like, I remember the first live went on, Matilda hopped on, because Matilda hopped on, other people hopped on. And then I've never had a live where I talk to myself, which is surprising to say. And then your brain goes through this process of, like, you create a live stream. Are people here just because you like it? Like, are you getting pity attention, if that makes sense? Or like, and then clearly this is session number 25. Yeah. So it's not pity attention, it's productive, it's actually having an impact. You guys are finding it useful, I'm finding it useful. We're covering so many topics. I go through some of the older, like, I've downloaded some of the older streams as well, and as I'm going through them to cut out the segments for content, I even forget that we talk about certain topics, because it's just this flow of the chat talk, and that work gets done. So glad we stumbled upon a winner, and that it's going to be something we continue doing ongoing. And yeah, resellers only understand resellers. That's what it is. Yeah, that is such a truthful statement. Resellers only understand resellers. Oh. Well, I'm gonna keep listing. If you guys want to keep listing, hang around. I talk reselling to my wife. She falls off chair after 1 minute of talking about it. As in, she falls off chair as in she falls asleep? Is that what it's meant to be? Liz, does your phone use more power when it starts complaining there isn't enough space? I feel as though my battery died fairly quickly tonight. I have. I feel like the battery dies quickly when it's if you're doing the same task over and over again more than anything. Like I find if I start taking photos at 20%, it does what I would expect from 20% of battery. But if I'm taking photos from say like 90%, when I get to that 20%, it's just like boom. I fall asleep. So true. So true. Jen, actually it's funny with Jen, I find that if I send her stuff to watch, she will watch. If I show her stuff in motion, it makes sense. Um Going back to that multi-level marketing scenario where they make you sit down and listen to this like talk about how you can make a bucket load of money. Doesn't matter how they describe the ins and outs of their scheme or their structure. If they're talking about bloody supplements, it makes no sense to me. I don't care about supplements. If they're talking about Amway, like they kind of like stuff that I don't care about, it's very hard to see the structure if you're not interested in the product. I mean, granted, now that we are running our own businesses, we see patterns, but you can imagine for people who are not pattern spotters, generally employees who are more happy about doing a job and their 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 frame is all about, am I interested in this thing? Am I enjoying this thing? It can be quite hard to it can be quite hard for them to switch off and see the pattern or the bits working in the background, I suppose. Yeah. My mom had a chat to me the other day about when she did her eBay. She thought we thought it was dodgy. I told her no. Where do you think I got the bug from? Anyone else intergeneration eBayers? I have trouble with organizing photo space. Only thing she asked about reselling, how much room in shed do we have? Might be time to get another shed. Leo the Cavalier, he's here. He's in these live streams occasionally, but he's a chef, so he doesn't do the night streams much because he works till quite late. But he gets the, I think it's a 10-foot container with or is it 20 foot? I can't remember, 10 or 20. But it's the one with the roller door, not the one with not the one with the swinging door, it's the one with the roller door. Is that something you would be considering doing? Because even though I've got the garage and I've got the 2 rooms, and the basement, I still want to get that at some point because I feel like I need a place where there can be like a. It's like the empty, that those puzzles that you move the squares around. It's that empty space where you can move the square into to move as to shuffle space. I currently don't have that empty square. I need that empty square. And I think it works out to be like $8 a day, which to me, I thought that's actually pretty reasonable to have a bit of space that is covered and shaded and yeah, like interim space. Just upgraded my shed from 80 squares meters. My eBay store now is 160 square meters. Woo! Yep. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. And then there were 6. And back to 7. This time is like lunchtime for me. My son has health issues. I would have to stay up all night with him. Is that what's happening now? Thanks for letting us keep you company with your son. Seriously, supporting each other over a live stream is so cool. Like, oh, it's your night off. Got it. Dude, welcome back. Welcome back late. You're my reason for having night off. But it's not really a night off. It's like a very justified night off because you're actually getting stuff done. So it's not like you're scrubbing away. Actually doing something productive with your night off, which is pretty cool. I'm a resell it. Welcome, welcome. It's a very productive Tuesday. I've done 106 listings so far since we started the session, and still going. So pretty happy about that. You're gonna get some more media shells. Probably put them in the on caster wheels back to back, so I can. Nice. Drinking beer at the moment. Working very hard. It's funny. Toys. That's all I sell. I'm a toy seller. Sometimes you need time away from kids and wife. Why do you think these sessions are happening at this time of the night? But Jen's really good today. Because I took so many photos. Just moving around that shipment that Jodas helped me bring in. When she came back, I was like, I need to take a nap, and she went, "All right, go take a nap. I'll wake you up to put the kids to bed." So from about 8:15 to 9, I had a nap before this, and then 8:15 to about 9. Yeah, then 9 o'clock, put the kids to bed. Got me out to put the kids to bed, so I'm pretty happy about that. Yeah. So Jenny was really supportive to help me to stay awake here. I don't know if I could have. I don't know if I could have done this session as gung ho as I've done tonight if I didn't have that nap. I'm looking in the background. Sun sensor just failed, so it's all nighter now. He has type 1. Oh, dude, that's rough. Hope we find some time to rest tomorrow. Thanks for sharing that with us, man. That doesn't sound easy at all. How old is he, Anthony? Six. Ooh. Yeah. Get lots of cuddles. You charge $45 to ship a DVD? Damn. Is it flat rate too? That's the hustle. Ah, makes sense, makes sense. Cheaper option. eBay has issues with longer delivery time. True. Australia post proof. Don't we all know that requirement? Should probably call it a night. Gosh. Gee, time does fly when you're having fun, doesn't it? Or making money. Yeah, that's true. The flying of the time from the making of the money. All right, I've done like 1:15, so I'm gonna go to bed. I'm wrecked. Night, everyone. Salute. And that's where we end the night.